Well, hopefully a reboot does something. All right. I had heard a glonk, but maybe it was just the solar moving into a different position or something. But right, we've got food growing. We've got protection turrets, but I think 20 goes. I think these need more than a little bit that I had in them. Like really, they should have like 100 or something, so I don't have to think about it for a while. Although I suspect that the only place that gets base attacked by the bots is hat space, so maybe we're all right. Right, so maybe we can fly this thing over to a new spot. Maybe we can get this thing fixed. What are we looking at? Thruster comps. We're nine short now. Whew. Wow. Can you build me 9 thruster comps? Nope. Okay. Was a thought. What even do thruster comps need? Alright, actually, while we're here. Holy cow. Six. Let's set it to 12. And yay. All right, let's go check our video. Yep, 1080p, 1080p. All right, so that's still the same. Bring up Space Engineers again. Right, let's look at our display options. Okay. Graphics are all low. Okay. So no idea what it is. I'm just gonna have to live through the. Through the crashes, I guess, until it sorts itself out again. Of course, now I don't remember what I was doing. Oh yes, I was setting up food production to have 12 seed quota. Yeah, well, everybody has that stuff. Oh yeah, I do have a bunch of meals, so I could just go. I kind of want more. Alright, as you can see, it's using up the rest of our stock. Making up as much of the quota as it can. Yeah, I don't think this has to do with my crashing, has to do with the game at all. I think we're actually experiencing something my machine is doing, maybe even behind my back. Crashed again already. we're going to check and see if it's all of Space Engineers or maybe just a new mod update to that server. Because it could very well be one of the mods doing something funky. So we're going to start a new game. I will choose the mods in a minute, but fast assembly, a little bit faster welding speed, weather, radiation, sun rotation, light, solar, no auto respawn, oxygen, airtight, respawn ships, spawn with tools, that doesn't matter. I'll go with slow food, survival buffs, reduce stats. I don't like that actually. That just creates a food death loop. Unless you're already set up. Wolves and spiders, unknown signals. I don't ever use voxel hands for anything. Scripts, share inertia. Yep. So, dang it. That is so annoying. I just wanted to scroll up. I gotta set everything again. So right, fast assemblers. A little more inventory. Faster welding. I gotta go through this again. There was one, no progression. I'm glad I caught that. No auto respawn. Right. Slow food. Where was that other one? Right. Light, solar. No voxel hands. Scripts and inertia tensor. And let's make sure we got progression turned off. We did, okay. Okay, then we go back to the top to choose our mods. Mainly, I'm gonna go mostly vanilla here. Except for ore pickup, block picker, build info, build vision. Make the camera usable. Block renaming. Hostile takeover is a must. Compass. A way to get ice on Pertum. Right. Nice colorful HUD. Trade operators. Mechanical keybinds. And let's lighten up the welder and let's find sneaky sounds and smooth voxels. And let's go with the small ship mega mod pack because yeah. I don't think I forgot anything. And I have never dropped on the alien planet. So I guess we should try that one out. Right. We need the pistol and the food, and we'll create a GPS marker to the whatever station they've seen fit to give us. And we'll get I don't have the one that locks things to. That's a mod I forgot to install. Alright, well. I'm not sure what else I might need on that, but We'll be fine for the moment. But I don't know if I'm going to do it like that this time. Also don't know just how much of this tire I'm going to need. Definitely cargo though. Motors, displays, except we need that O2, I'm pretty sure. So what else can we pull? Actually, I think we might be able to make the rest of that stuff. And then maybe we get this stuff off here because that, but I'm probably gonna need a pistol. I'm not sure what kind of ammo will spawn here, but I do need on bar 2. I need the blocks. Do it again though. Right. We definitely need some sort of I think maybe I can just go with another short. I feel like maybe this one will get me to the right zone. Short 3x3 left. That, yeah. I think I need a block there underneath. Maybe like that. I feel like that's actually on the wrong way. Okay, that's the right side, that's the left side. I think that's correct. That's going to be the right side. And that's correct. pistons, hinges, rotors. We just need to lift this up for a second to add wheels. We need about 30 construction comps. Finally, we need an H2O2 generator, which really doesn't belong on this bar, but fine. Which I guess I will put up here again, even though it looks kind of funky. Right. So that's basically everything. Except we can turn the ore detector up. I'll do that from the cockpit.
Low.
And I will also not take my helmet off. And there's our ice to keep our hydro going. I don't think you can make bottles in here, no. But maybe we want more ammo. I don't know if I've ever even been on the alien planet before. Now, we have survived longer now than we did before. That ice, it's like right here. So let's just pull up to where we can get a nice pile of it. Or maybe it is all over right here. I bet we can get to it here. While we're down here, we could grab some more. How are we doing anyway? Can we climb out of this? Yeah, nice. Alright, good. We're safe there. It's really straight down, but a little to the side like.
Sorry I haven't got to this yet, man. I'll get to it tonight.
Yeah, we need. Well, it looks like some mod on the server has
Inventory full.
has caused me problems because we've been going longer now than we did previously. Alright, so we've got what we've got in the O2 generator and a bunch of stone too. But we might as well turn that stone into that. And DVCS was not our GPS guys, right? Nice, IMCM. Right, so that might be a good place to start on the takeover. Like maybe we can live there. Although I may need to but it's kind of crazy how far you can get without even a bit of mining. I did all of that with just what was in the starter pod. Because they do give you a few ingots of the 3 basic types. Well, these cliffs don't look promising. Although maybe that's a pass. Are we actually going to get down there? I think I probably want to go around. Oh, but that's a mushroom. Just make sure that those aren't anything, and now I know to ignore them. Okay. And again, we're like stuck looking to see whether it's possible. It's not. Okay, we're not getting to that thing. I wonder if alien vegetables look the same. The mushrooms look exactly the same. I think we need to not worry about getting to that base, because I think we're not gonna... Well, maybe go around up this path here. Oh, that's over there, which is... Okay, wait, I'm all kinds of confused now. Still feels like we should be able to maybe go around, because I know that's all canyon. I guess the onion signals have food in them these days though, so maybe I should hit that up. One minute 52 seconds. I don't know if I'm going to make that, actually. Especially not if I stop and get mushrooms every time. Highly unlikely that I'm going to make that. Then again, that station is right over there. So maybe we actually don't go for the DVCS thing anyway. We work our way over to the station. This is of course assuming that, yeah, 30 seconds, we ain't gonna make it. Well, that was a little close. Yeah, we'll have to wait for the next unknown signal. But maybe I think we're better off going this way on trying to get around that canyon. There's canyons everywhere. There's canyons everywhere. Little canyon here. Imperial conglomerates. Oh, that would be them. Imperial conglomerate. Yep. Have we strayed from the canyon path? Or is there actually a drive-through right here? Nope. It's a fake. missile trap. Well, we appear to be hemmed in by canyons entirely. Not just any canyons, but steep canyons. Of course, this weather doesn't help. That's kind of part of the challenge, right? I mean, yeah, the fog gets to me, but at the same time, how challenging would it be if it was always clear and nothing ever damaged you and all of that. So I'll have to talk to Hat and see if new mods were put on. Since yesterday, or other settings. I suspect we're still facing a massive drop off right over here, and that we're going to encounter it. Yeah. It's right here. Or not. Okay. Well, that's about half my stuff, so I'm going back. But we can get at least that far. Which means the canyon may end to the left over there. Might be good to have more lighting. I'm kind of wondering if my wheels are maxed on that, but they could be a little bit stronger. I found that 20% is actually really good. am being rather cautious since I've almost drove into 2 canyons now. Can't really trust this landscape, and since I really don't know it, not the way I know what to expect on Earthlike or Pertum, kind of know where the canyons are or how to tell when I'm coming up on one. Anyway, here there could be one over the next rise. Which at this speed would be disastrous. And I don't know how many times I can build this rover. I mean, I do a little better every time. It's a better starter rover every time, but I don't think there's any just mushroom recipes, but having the mushrooms is better than not having them. That's more purple plant. But we're still going to need grain and fruit and veg. Although if we get just one more of those, there might be recipes we can take advantage of. And right before I had to log off the server, that pirate station actually sold food and meat. I swear I saw another one right over here somewhere. Or was it back? Nope. It's just a mirror or something. It was an oasis. A mushroomed oasis. Okay, well I suspect that the desert area of this is not as canyony, and that we might actually get away with that. Is that more of the same? Wow. Really should have widened out my suspension while I was working on it. Yeah. Not just purple. Well, maybe I should slap a collector on the front here. I mean, it doesn't even need to wire in. Like, they have their own actually that's kind of more of a thing for this bar. Oh, well, it's a small grid collector, so it actually does wire in. Do you have any of that? None of it. Well, we can at least get the steel plate. Did I take all the large tubes? It appears so. Alright. Wonder how this is gonna fare. Unable to place. Oh, because of the lights. don't know if this will actually do anything or not. Was it large tubes that couldn't be? Or is it the small tubes that you can't make? It must be the small tubes. Well, eventually we'll have it, and in the meantime I can try it out without I may not try it out, but I can try out driving with it without risking too many components. Like, this should work, but it may also just bottom out unless I drive carefully. Maybe they sell small tubes. I do have 10,000 credits, or I assume I do. That's what you usually start with. So that's just a bigger version of that. I haven't seen a vegetable or a grain or a fruit yet. It makes me wonder if they even exist. Now we could grab nickel ore. It is right here. I do have a cargo box. And this is a rock, making it supremely easy to actually get the resources. And there's apparently, oh, there's a planetary trade station too. Now, I have ore collection on, so I'm not having to chase them. That's probably fine. These little bumps are all shaped like the mushroom logs. Like, haha, you thought I was a mushroom. But I was a hallucination. Man, if we have to go all the way to Earth to get fruit, that'll be crazy. Or grain or something. I mean, we can happily live on kelp. Well, maybe not happily, but we can live on kelp for quite a long time. It's just a pain in the butt. What do we got here? Iron, silver. We'll take some of that. For sure. But it's just a pain because you have to eat so often. So what do we got here? Not much. Probably not enough for enough medical comps for a med station, a med room, which is kind of what I was hoping to have. Was just enough silver for a med room. Now that we're basically not getting much stone, we're filling up far less quickly. That's fine. How about now? We got a load of AG. Still got 3 large steel tubes, but the basic survival kit cannot even build small steel tubes. Such a... As far as I know, it can't. I think that's the thing it didn't want to build for me to finish the collector. There's not really any point in plugging into these guys. Right. So maybe up here? Look at that. More than 10,000 credits to start with. Thank you, whoever didn't lock their stuff. Oh, these, you know what, these still do not have storage, even every time I check, and they still don't. First, let's have a look at the contracts, acquisitions, see if there's any work contracts. Nope. Okay. What do we got out here? Okay, nothing. Alright, ATM and contracts, but where's the store? Oh, I know this station. Okay. They just sell superconductors. Oh right, the ATM. Nine, 6, 4, 7, maybe. Maybe they'll let me deposit? Yeah, nice. The store block is an ATM. But I still don't really want to buy an elite grinder at this point. But we will buy the fruit seeds and the grain seeds and all the insect meat and all the fruit pastries. would also be nice to have a decent rifle, not the sniper, but that one. Although they don't sell me the rounds, so that was kind of silly. Now the proficient grinder is actually worthy of having. I guess I need a regular rifle, or I need to... Oh, it's not the E that I have a problem with, it's the P, the sniper rifle. Doesn't give you any better sight than any of the other ones. There's like really no reason. But I need steel tubes, and I don't know how many I need, but I also need the vegetable seeds, so we'll buy those. I don't know. Let's buy 20 and find out, right? So I'm no good welder, but what do you all buy anyway? Nothing I got. Alright. So this... Yeah. We'll just go right out here and we'll wire up our collector. Okay, well we got enough steel tubes. Did we get enough of everything else? Yes. So now we can just drive over those mushrooms. We can also go visit trade. So maybe living in this general area is a decent idea, just because trade is right there too. And hopefully there's no like big drop off right here. Looks like that is the case. We got all the seeds. Did we get mushroom? Or did we just run it over? I feel like we just ran it over and we're not actually collecting it. Okay, well it should have gotten it. Okay. The first one maybe we went too fast. Like you actually have to just like pull up to it and let the collector collect it. Or something. So we should have 2 mushrooms in our box, and we don't because we just blew it up instead of collecting it. So you actually have to like kind of pull up to it. Or maybe we set it like instead of forward, we point it down. That might be better. I've got enough mushrooms now I can actually afford to experiment for the moment. So let's are we gonna even be able to? Yeah. Like what if it's pointed down? Do we get them better? It still disappears. But we still only have one mushroom, so it's not collecting it fast enough before it gets destroyed. So we have to actually like pull up and grab it. That's another one of them unknown signals I can't afford to go to. I didn't notice any bottles for sale, or I would have bought one. I wasn't looking, but I also just didn't notice them. Okay, nope. It's gotta be pointed forward, because otherwise we just bump into it. Probably more mushrooms, but they're just everywhere. So we go... So like there's two there, right? We can't go at speed. It's fairly obvious. I have 9 in my own inventory and 2 in the modular container. So if we hit them fast, we never get them. For sure. It like breaks it before it actually collects it. I wonder what the speed is. Okay, now we have 3, so we can go slowly over them. But I don't know what slowly means. I still only have 3, so that wasn't slow enough. These are just different sizes of the same plant. I do know if I take like a jump or something, I'm gonna be sad and lose my collector unless I am careful about landing. Although the 20% strength ought to help. Quite a bit less bounce, bottoming out or anything. Okay, not a canyon and doable. That's like the key bit. Just gotta get around this lack of, I mean, I have them now, so it's not as much of a problem, but what if you hadn't found a station that sold you seeds? Like, where would you be then? Just eating mushrooms? There's no, like, just mushrooms recipe that improves the mushrooms beyond eating them raw. Alright, well that was collected. Okay, this is a pretty standard one as well. Nothing in those things at all. They don't sell anything I want. Well, right now anyway. And contracts are broken. That's basically it. Elite welder. And again, with the lack of rifle rounds, but what do those take to make anyway? So I have the rifle. MR50A rifle round. They're not craftable in this sort of situation anyway. So now we do have to find ourselves a base. And I guess we could go with the classic base. One thing I don't know is, are windmills capable? I see wind, so I suspect that they are. We go with the classic base and let's mark this. I didn't mark the other one, but I'm pretty sure we can see it from here. Oh no, we have a GPS for that because that came on a pad. Right, so we go with the classic, like find some iron, settle down, mine, etc., etc. Or if we're lucky, we can find some sort of isn't there like a base vanilla, like distress signal thing? Alright, so we were coming from the north, or from basically from the east. So if we keep heading in this direction, we might We might get lucky. But again, I don't think we can produce much more than pistol magazines. And I think we need magnesium to produce more than that. So it might behoove us to acquire some magnesium. Even just a little bit. Of course, our parking isn't really, not really parked, so I'm sure we'll find more magnesium. That won't have been the last magnesium on the planet. Case in point, magnesium. So like I'm saying, we could find iron, we could build a base with windmills, we could mine the iron and go mine nickel and silicon and all that stuff. Like we could set up a standard classic base on iron and cobalt right there with ice and gold, nickel, mag, and silicon nearby, and a trade station just around the corner. I haven't really done a survival scenario like that. I always find a building and settle into it. And look, we've got all the things except silver, which I grabbed some already. Well, this is kind of calling out to me if you ask my opinion. But if you guys who are watching would rather see me go find a building and take it over, speak up. Because at this moment I don't much care either way. I'll give you a moment to think about it and speak up if you want to. Alright, so nobody cares. Unless people are chatting on Kick, at which point, oh, I won't have seen it. Let me check. Nope, okay, cool. Alright. So I guess it is like standard base. Where's the iron? Oh, it's right under me. So standard base-ish thing it is. Right. We don't really need that much cobalt. I'm a little sketched that somebody's coming for me here soon. Especially after the Satrius experiment went so bad. Put a few large blocks in, which will at least get us to that stuff. Let's start at this iron, but off some. Okay, I'm gonna obviously need some of that. Wow. Make me all the steel plate. Well, maybe not quite all of it, but enough to get a few blocks down would be handy. Maybe I went a little too far. I kind of want it to be maybe right there. This would be good to know where the sun comes up too. And let's see, didn't I buy a nicer grinder? I did. So we'll get you in there. So my idea here is to actually build a box around the iron. With maybe a 3-block gap. And to get a drill up kind of first thing-ish. Alright, well, we're going to need more iron than that. Let's also stash most of our stuff. Fruit packs. Don't need the gun. Don't need those. So the iron, right, I'm gonna need like 20 more at least, plus whatever I need to get the windmill up. Oh, this doesn't have the blocks. Okay, well. So a turbine, we're going to need it to make a turbine. So yeah, what I was thinking was I would put either like a 2x2 drill block or something right there, and we just go down and get iron and stone. We go up 11. Put these things out. Then we might be able to grab that, but we're going to need more of that first. We can get one down and work on more in a minute. Question is it going to actually make it? And it looks like it is. So we've got our first power. Right.
Fuel low.
Fuel low again.
Fuel critical.
Not anymore, it's not. Alright, so we're going to need a box, but we can't make one yet. Although, so what we're really going to need is a refinery and an assembler right away. We end up putting that stuff back on the bar. Refineries and assemblers. But I can't make the assembler without some other stuff, so we're going to need a basic first. I think we're going to need a refinery first.
Fuel
So let's
low.
see.
Fuel critical.
We come off there, we can put a box there as soon as we can get one. And we can come off the box for that stuff. But the refinery goes right here, facing that way. And then the basic assembler comes off here. Right. Only still need it. I guess we're gonna have to do some digging. Although we do have some money. That's 3K away. That's actually rather close too. So I wonder if I can buy walk. I can fly up to 50%, basically. Button. There's the button. I guess we'll actually wait so that we don't have to walk back. So I've got the button. Although we're going to have to walk back anyway. But that's okay. That's a barrel. Nice. Yeah, so that's how you get your seeds when you're not. I'm not sure what the turret controller is even for.
Fuel low.
Ooh.
Fuel critical.
Ouch. You can always give yourself a quick little bounce. As long as you start low. I think carrying the pistol is probably the best option. If it's spiders that come, like on Satrius, there were like 10 of them spawned, and there was nothing I could do. I think maybe I want to go up and have like a raised base. If I'm gonna have a base, I might as well. Yeah, I should probably go. I should probably put it up. Now we're not going to talk about the movie because they really screwed that up. But in the Mars series books by Edgar Rice Burroughs, they had their houses were basically on pistons, as translated to this game, and they would raise them up at night so that they wouldn't be attacked by predators. Now why I'm building this first, I don't know. Probably because I want to get all of my iron and stuff out of here. where are you getting all of that from? Right. We can put it all in here. And maybe make better things. Except now I can't get at it. Ha, ha, ha. I just have a personal problem with hand mining tons of Alright, what are we really short? 33 steel, 7 motors, and then 20 more for the top. Now, we're not going to get 33 steel out of that stuff. The collector, though, might actually help a little bit. And we don't really need the collector. In fact, that brings us up to this level. I don't think this silver is actually makeable in there yet. With the nickel, at least, we have nickel. Now, where's that cobalt? We're going to go hand mine some of that. That's actually valuable. I probably should have grabbed a better drill, honestly. I'm pretty sure they sold one. I think that would have been a better option. Okay, where's that cobalt? There you are. Before I find myself in a serious problem, let's get some stuff here. So instead of throwing down the very haphazard standard base, the standard starter base of a bunch of blocks and some power and some random placement of crap as you go, I'm trying to think this out a little bit. And if I can get a couple of drills, or even one drill down to the iron, I only ever really need one drill, because I'll set up real drill rigs by the time I do that. By the time I need more, actually, if once I plunge it, if I make it big, I can start increasing the size. If I make it big, if I do terrain clearing, I can actually increase the size. Is this iron? No, that's stone. Okay. Cobalt's not badly down here. That's iron, however. Maybe I'll need a little bit to get the stuff going. This will get me grids and a cargo box and a drill or two. Then if I sink the drill a little bit below my box, or I open my box, the little box thing I made up to be a bit bigger, then I can
Inventory full.
let's put an actual thing down here. And maybe, nope, not yet. Yeah, because if I put, I'm only really going to have room for one like that, so we really need to go out quite a bit further. In fact, I think I need to build the drill first, and then put the base around it. But cargo. Actually making it. Okay, we didn't want to make that. We need to actually get everything before we build this thing in so that we can actually see it to get stuff out. We're also going to need another 25 freaking windmills. Just interior plates at this point. Okay, we have a cargo box. Now we can put everything in it, including the seeds. We can go get some. Bring this a little closer. The thing is, with solar radiation and debris issues, we have a need for shelter very quickly. So anyway, what I was thinking was I could put the actual hab part on a piston. But the piston will need to be down in the ground some, so that when I bring the piston down, there's a stairway that would go right up, and then I could lift myself off the ground and be safe from spiders and whatnot. But like I said, the piston will need to be in the ground. And of course, pistons don't allow other things without, I guess we'll start thinking about another one of these fellers. another 4, honestly. But I guess I need more of something first. That doesn't need its plate. So 1, 2, 3. Make me those ones too. And you know what? You should be making me a bottle. But I have an iron hole already that I don't need to go here, so let's just go down the hole and find the iron and get a load of iron off right here. We won't need any cobalt for a while. And for that matter, I think our little nickel grab on the flight, on the run over here was enough. But this iron should get us at least to the point of having all of those. What are we making? It's iron for sure. Are you running? Yeah, you appear to be doing things. Oh. Yeah. Let's get this out of the way first. We can work on the cobalt later. But you appear to be creating more windmills for me. At least to that point. You know what we could really use though is a couple of hydrogen bottles, even more than anything else. Maybe 3 and 2 oxy bottles. And we seem to be short computers, so let's make 10 of those. Oh, not there. Yeah, you need computers. You need computers. Why didn't the computers get... Oh, and 20 construction comps as well. So let's just... let's put our bottles in there. 4 hydros and 2 oxys. Fill ourselves up, and now we can actually stay aloft for a little bit, and possibly even go do stuff like in that unknown signal. Yeah. Alright. That's good for the unknown signal. Although I probably have stuff on me, but that's okay. Now if we desperately need something we can't make, we could roll back to, which one are you? Money, seeds, something else. Just because we have a bunch of bottles doesn't mean we need to like waste hydrogen. At least at this point. Oh, and there's a brawling bandit there already. I may need defenses. But we'll worry about that in a minute. We need battery. We need algae production. Huh. That really comes off of here. Probably. Not exactly perfectly online, but I'm not too far off either. So that's fine. I need 6. I think what with my other food acquisitions, I'm only going to need I'm only going to need 4. going to need is to have these connected to the base so I can cut that out and put a food truck there. Maybe. No, we've got our survival kit, and survival kits make algae crisps. You don't need a food truck for that. Food truck goes in the base once we have a farm. So never mind. Batteries first. There's a battery. Short something, we're short all kinds of things, but okay, we don't need any more power cells. We need other stuff. We can continue laying stuff out anyway. Yeah, that's close enough. They're not going to shade each other too badly. I'm just going to make these algae first, no matter what I ask for. But I think we need 600 silicon, 700 iron, and 8 nickel. And we have enough iron and no silicon left. So I saw silicon around here somewhere. We'll just go get a handload of that. Yeah, hand mining stone into a survival kit is the worst possible thing you could possibly convince me to try to do. But as you can see, it's not actually necessary, except for like stone you get incidentally until you have an actual drill, at which point it's alright to do it, because if a drill rig's set up, then you're golden.
Energy low.
Again with the cobalt. Get these operational without as much bulletproof glass.
Energy low. Energy critical.
Yeah, I guess I could have done those a little better. Well, we can rebuild them. hit by? You've been struck by... Great. Really? 5 blasts? Do not have 5 blasts? Okay. Weird. Alright, so we have all that. Still need actual shelter. Especially considering that there'll be some irradiation as well. So that's energy. Really, we can either go infinitely down, manual infinite drill, or we can go out and then do other stuff. But I think more of an infinitely down is a better idea. So we start with one piston and a drill. Of course, the drill doesn't fit. So we need a little bit of space here. I'm not really seeing how much more we need. I guess we need to go around a little bit. We got one drill, we hit it once.
Low health.
Jeez. wonder if crouching changes your profile for getting hit by debris. Okay, it must be over here. Hey. I am gonna need like, I don't know, 4 more? Well, no. I go 3 by 3. That'll be enough to build anything I want to build. What with cobalt and magnesium and everything right over around here. Be nice to have a second battery. We're talking construction counts now. Make it operational first and good second. Rain clearing mode on. We should now have enough room to place more drills. Why not? All right, do we get hit? Down in a pit. Yes.
Low. Two of them didn't produce. That's unfortunate. Wow. 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, well. Let's get our everything up. I think the storm is over, so that's good. Really short stuff. Iron. Right. Alright, maybe we just plunge it centrally once and then replace the drills. Also gives us the opportunity to finish it up. All these out and go back to disassembling. Assemble really quick. We need that and that, right, and then we need these guys. Whoa. Look at that, bro. Got any more? Got any friends? Wow, they hurt. I mean, I knew they hurt in packs of 10, but I haven't actually had to fight just one. Is that just iron right there? No, that's not actually iron. Okay. Well, I guess we have to go hand drill a little bit more iron, which is in the cobalt hole. Or perhaps the stupid refinery has decided to do something else, but who knows. Of course. Picking up that constant pile of that. Right. We need a real assembler. Probably just wasted about 10% of that. picking up the large tube. It appears to just be one at a time. Oh, hey Whitson. How's it going? My usual server is crashing for me. Well, my game crashes on it, so I can't play on the server. Either a mod update or a new mod. I'm pretty sure because this is working. Just fine. Let's 0.01 really slow. Turn the drill on and get us some stops. Maybe we make that 0.02 at least to start. Or even 0.1. Once we plunge this, we'll come back up and add 6 drills, or add 8 more drills and plunge it again, and then start the infinite drill, the manual infinite drill setup, which I learned from Wathman. Alright, now we can slow it down so that it gets more. Tell the refinery to process stone first. We can start working on other stuff, like laying out what our actual base is going to look like, which is going to be under this, above this drill. And we're going to have to move the power eventually. I don't know if that's going to be worth 9. I think that'll be safe. We also need to start thinking about actual let's just build like 200. That'll be enough for now. We're gonna have to move all of this ground stuff except for the connection to the drill. Eventually, which is fine. It all needs to be moved. Pretty sure I can actually connect to a piston right here without any trouble. Which means when I go to move it, it won't be an issue.
Energy low.
Where'd you guys go? How am I out of ammo already? We need mag for that, okay. You have pro. Oh, I lost that one. Alright, we need magnesium, although the basic doesn't do magnesium, does it? Alright, where were we at? So we're going to need to convert that into a standard block. Man, I hope this works. Are we getting iron yet? Yeah, we are. Alright, cool. Right. Did I get everything? What I'm going to do is put cargo up here. And then we're going to base our full assembler and refinery setup off that. And then we're going to have a hab and with assembler and refinery access through cargo or other stuff up here. And then we're also going to have a farm on top. Somehow oxygenated, or maybe off to the side or whatever. But we've got a lot of drilling to do. I'm pretty sure I have the connector conveyor ready to build. Yep, and those guys are green again. And it's just grids. Right. So now if we plop down a real refinery, well, I like these. They don't really change anything. So if we get a refinery right there and an assembler there, we're actually going to put the refinery outside. I want to go there. Oh, okay, because of the wind. And we tack the assembler onto it. Like that. Then we have our modules and our modules and all of that. But we need to get our wind resorted. Probably going too small here. But I also want support. I can fix that up later. That gets no support because unless we come off here. But if we're going to do that, we should make that a rover connection. Or maybe we even move it up some eventually. But that'll work for the moment. Because you can always get that connected well enough. Except so I don't feel like that's enough.
It's not acting like it put any of that into production. Okay, there we go. That's more like it, although I think I might have gone a little out. So, we need 4K iron, 4200. And I'm guessing the refinery has gone back to doing cobalt. Right, and that's full, so let's get the full head on it now. That's fully extended, so we'll put the full head on it. Maybe what we should do is pull everything, resubmit the drills first. Which claims to need 5,000 iron, which we have not quite enough. We're probably going to need more of everything. So let's just go get more manual iron.
Inventory full.
Hey, Burns. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the server I usually play on has a mod update or something, and my game's crashing on it. So I dropped on the alien planet in a private game, and you can use what you've got on your rover and in your rover to build out your rover like this, without the connector. But you can, without any digging, you can turn your rover into a six-wheeled thing with a medium box and a H2O2 generator, which I did. And then I came and I started building this. And why is this not connected at all? What's your problem, man? Oh, we're probably low on wind because my wind power got forked by that. So I'm kind of having trouble in multiple directions right now. But I'm trying to build something that's a little more sheltered. A little bit of off-the-ground shelter to protect myself from Saberite attacks, and just because it'd be cool to have an off-the-ground base. But I'm basing it around this drill, which I'll be doing a manual infinite drill kind of thing on. So the manual infinite drill, you throw a hinge on there with a small head and a landing gear, and you're gonna lock your drill head to the wall, and then retract your pistons and add more pistons. It's not automatic, obviously, but it's better. I need to fix my power though. So we're going to take that away from the drills, and we're going to go, let's see, so this is already, so we're going to go 16 up. But I'm going to want this to be higher anyway. Yeah, like a real drill. Wathman taught it to me, and it works out really well. But I wanted to go out first because I have a feeling we're going to go to the ground again, just to prevent accidents. And then I'm going to go up, because I have a feeling I'm going to want to go up there even more, and 9 from the nearest will prevent issues. And then we'll go out like so, and we will start moving our drills, or our turbines, I should say. Well, these still aren't going to get great speed, but they're, I think, maybe a little better than what I've got on here right now. Oh wow, we're out of hydro bottles.
Low. Fuel critical.
And our
power is not great either, so let's hook that up. Now with a real oil drill, they lock it at the top and add more pistons to the top. We're going to remove the head down below and we'll add more pistons to the bottom, but pretty close. And we should go get that unknown signal because they provide us with food and seeds and whatnots. Gotta wait for stuff to be processed anyway to get the drill really working. Which kind is this? And where's the button? The button's in the top, I believe. Nope. Is it underneath then? Oh, it's right there. Okay, well, I don't trust these because the hydro thruster. There we go. And then it'll just roll down the hill. And if we're lucky, we'll be able to hit the button. Yep. And the rest can just be dealt with as it goes. Nice. That will be helpful. We already bought a nicer grinder, but I think one of those other things is useful as well. Yes. Get our nicer drill. And now that we have good tools, we need our bad toolbar for recovery's sake. So I put that on 9. 9 always has base tools for me. And that way I always have instant access to tools even if I've just died and lost my other tools. But let's get more of those up. Let's do it the right way too. We're going to go out the same on the other side and set up more because they're we're going to need more, but first we want these ones off the ground. Why do I not have... I must not have built all of those up. Oh, we still need 5. Try not doing it in the survival kit. Give me a bunch of interior plate and do it first. and I've just taken a whole bunch of drill stuff. Alright. Alright, let's make this symmetrical-ish. So we're going 9 out. And then 15 up, I believe. Is it 15 up, or did I go 16 up? Yes, 15 is where these guys live. It's 24 times 5, basically 25 times 5, which is 125. Wrong assembler though. The rest of these will be pulled up by... Oh, right on. Good night. Howdy, Paige. Get these all tightened up. and in the right order. Right. Having the survival kit attached is annoying. Motors and computers. Alright, so we'll do those next. We need to have power.
Energy low.
What's cool is I could even connect to this connector if it was up one higher using the jump feature. But anyway, let's see here. It's just construction comps for the rest of these, and we're doing the construction comps. Of course, we're going to have to resubmit the drill order because I blew drill comps on getting more power. But now our power is looking real good. Alright, so now I just throw everything back in here. really need that much steel plate, or... Yes. Okay. We also need construction comps and motors. So I guess we wait for the steel plate. Well, we're due another attack here anytime. And last time it was 2. $600. The refinery is back to producing cobalt for some reason. I'd like to get all of this steel in this for...
Fuel critical.
Oh, there's our fella. Those guys hit pretty hard, actually. We should be good for a little while now. That's basically almost all of our steel. We will want more steel plates, so I'm actually going to submit now. And we should see, yeah, comps, motors. Just this middle one out here needs a little more steel. I might as well just put the hinge on it right now. Except the hinge can't go on it right now. Alright. Well, let's get over here. Now what I could do with this design actually is I could bring this batch out and plug it in there, and that batch out and plug it in there in a square, and then I could lift up. Well, I'm gonna end up moving most of this stuff away anyway, so then I could put 5x5s on it and cut it off the ground and drive away with it, which is my usual base philosophy, is to build something that can either be flown away or driven away as the main thing. So keeping that in mind, instead of putting a farm on top, I'll probably put a farm in here, keep this as production, and put some sort of hab up in here. It all has to be sealed with airlocks because we're on the alien planet and there's a distinct lack of oxygen here, along with a slightly higher gravity, so opposite what I'm used to. I have 30, which is less than the meal pack. Somewhere I have some kelp crisps, I thought. Right, in the modular cargo. appear to be no wolves on this planet, so I'll probably never get to make the wolf meat stuff. Whoa! Yikes. Don't fall in there. It's not a cool place to be. We maxed 10 meters, yep. So just in time. Oh, and this one's going to be a little bit problematic. Okay, cool. Alright, with that locked down and that embedded in the ground, we hopefully can get one more piston on here after we detach the head. If not, then I will have screwed up and we'll need to do something. Yep, and just one more right now. But that distance will increase the more the number of pistons we'll be able to add will increase the more we push down. Dang it.
Alright, not too bad. And on we go.
Energy low.
Although it might be a good idea to check what our current storage is. Because you're full. And you're full. What did I get hit by? Oh. Right, we gotta wait. But we have enough stuff now, we can really actually say, build this stuff, please. Get our health back. And wait a bit. We'll have to lock this thing down again so that we can control things, or at least get info. But mainly the refinery needs to be constantly wrangled. Yeah, we really need to keep managing the stone, unfortunately. Our ingots are not great, especially nickel and silicon. We're actually not going to be able to produce what we want to produce on that. So I need to figure out, I guess, got a lot of iron though. So what we need is to dump that in there and that in there. Dump that in there and that in there. You know what, if we turn the refinery off for a minute, we can sort this. No, it's gonna pull it no matter what. Alright.
Base refinery's back. There we go. Now it'll do what I say. Except it won't. That's crazy. The basic refinery is like, yeah, whatever, bro. I just don't care. We got to get the big refinery up. We're not going to be getting yield modules on it anytime soon, but you know, at least get the big refinery up and speed modules on the assembler, on the big assembler. Alright, we appear to no longer be storming, and I've got plenty of this stuff. Let's go get this signal. I know all about your little tricks, buddy. I know what you'll do. Oh, but we're all full, I think. Not quite. Where's the box?
Inventory full.
Alright, that's enough. The rest will despawn. Put it all right in there. 948 steel plate. What's your issue, bro? Why you know? Oh, you were full, I guess. What it comes down to? I guess we have the right. So thinking about this, yeah, if I pull out here, I'm gonna end up cutting the bottom part off, including the drill, and start driving around. But we'll have a mount for we'll have a spot in here for a one of them fold-up drills with the Dr. Seuss tube settings or tube setup, I should say.
Fuel low.
We're gonna get these guys up. They'll be part of the farm, probably right across the top. And some O2 generation as well, although that can always be based on ice. But if we throw a Dr. Seuss drill setup in the center of the truck here, then HABS becomes production rather than, and these productions will need to move. Figure out how to convince the refinery to run more stone. You can't have run through all that steel. Yeah. Got to be about what's first in the box. Is what it's pulling. Yep, looks like it. We just got to make sure that the boxes have what we want in them first. But that should be getting us enough silicon to make everything else. Like the computers. I don't even need the grid right now. We ought to be doing a little bit better. I think by volume we have more stone anyway, and we need to work that out. So we're now pulling iron again. And there's 7 displays. Right. Is that going to drop anything? No. Well, we'll just leave it. That can do its job and relieve that guy. But we do want to get I do want to get all of this downstairs stuff off, because I already screwed up by placing the refinery and assembler there. But luckily, this piston is held on by this, because I had a little bit of foresight. So if we just get it even further held on, some nice underside stuffs. I don't actually need all those, but in fact we don't need this whole line. We could actually put stuff there besides steel plate. Right, so that's held on there, so we can actually cut this and turn it into one of these. Which means we could then move the refinery right there. And worry about the drill later. The drill could come out the top and be like a fold away thing. It doesn't. We don't need to create a big Dr. Seussian mess up in here. We could create a nice big fold away drill. With that one full gravity, we might be better off doing that. Right, so let's make another refinery. We'll get it sideways so that I'll lay it down sideways so that the one end plugs in there, I think. Yeah. And then the modules go over there. Like that. Where you at, bros? Boy, I'm over here. Oh, but we have a full-on refinery now. What did I shoot anyway? Oh, it was that originally. We have a full-on refinery now. So we can go get, not in the storm per se, although I'm not ruling it out because I really want this stuff, but we're really low on energy. Let's get energy. While we're getting energy, I am going to go feed the little cat that is sitting at my feet.
Alright, it's gonna be more like 5 minutes. I've got to take the trash down and stuff. Alright, I'm back. Ah. Right, what were we even doing? We were gonna go get magnesium and make some real protections. Means we should probably build some sort of vert. Just to make this easier. I have the M50A rifle, right? I think it's the M50. Anyway, I have one because I bought one. Well, I'm full. So I'm gonna go deal with this stuff for now. I've got enough food, enough other stuff for the moment. I think we're fine. And I won't really need that, although maybe eventually. But do we have that rifle? We do have that rifle. So we'll use the pistol in favor of it. And it is the M50. So let's off the survival kit and make maybe about 30 of those. But we're going to have to look at the old inventory. Right, refinery. Mag first, please. And that, then that. I know it's traditional to put speed modules or yield modules, but I don't have the stuff for that. So what is that noise all about? Oh, you know what we'll do? We will throw a welder down on this thing.
we'll need a new assembler. I mean, I could just move them over, but I'm not gonna. And then that's gonna be the block that connects, actually. So I think, right there, it's top and bottom, same side. So if that one connects to that there, which I'm pretty sure I set up to do, and that one connects to that there. So if we go with a large box, we are going to need to bring, I guess we can bring it across right here, actually. We're going to need 2 of those. We're going to need to at least weld that one up. Alright, so with that guy in place, oh, hello. I was thinking about putting the assembler in that spot though, but then that leaves us maybe putting the box on top. That puts our weight up high. We put the assembler on top for we're better. Alright, so if we then spin this so that it sits like that, the interior plate. Alright, and that gives us the ability to connect the things up top and to connect the things right here. We'll just pull a one of those out immediately.
Inventory full.
And then we get the welder again.
Energy low.
And we set it here. Yeah. And turn it on. And we can go sit down and get our energy back.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Right. So I've been muted for a while. Well, I've been doing stuff. Those don't really matter. Those power cells don't really matter until we have our tubes built. So let's get our tubes built. Some more tubes built.
Energy low.
I heard you. Where you at? There you are. You're allowed to die underground, bud. We're getting this disconnected again. I forget why I keep hooking it up, but every time it messes with my wish for easy stuff.
is still easier than carting power cells. Over and over and over and over again. So let's go get a little bit of health. And eat our last, maybe our last Kelpris. Well, not our last forever, that's for sure. Oh, we don't need you anymore. Alright, so we are slowly retracting all of our important stuff up into the ship. So now we can like say, well, that's gonna stay. But this one, well, ouch. We'll set this battery to discharge. A couple of these to recharge. And they should suck that battery right out. Yep, struck by debris again. I needed like an armored suit. That'll be good for a little bit. Right, so as far as pulling this stuff up, right, we need to get this inventory into our industrial container. Because then we can tell it it's not to be used anymore. And we can get rid of that, and that, and our welder is no longer necessary. But we can always stand to this stuff plugged in properly. Well, if this is going to be farm, may have to raise those up again.
Actually, we can go down a couple as well. I bet that's silver processed. We ought to be able to make med comps. Pour one out for the homies. I think I've been just imagining this as the front this whole time, for whatever reason. So actually, this isn't the farm. That is Habs and whatnot. This is the farm.
Fuel low.
Yep.
Fuel
Good morning.
critical.
That reminds me, we gotta have hydro, but we only want ice to come through here. I bet we can fit more stone. Although I no longer have my downstairs interface. I don't need that anymore. We have an incomplete wind turbine. Ooh. Oh, you. Oh, all components withdrawn. Alright, well, let's pull, let's drill a little more. I think we're gonna be alright. I think we're gonna run out of piston room before we run out of cargo space. But what I was thinking was something. Maybe there. Well, whatever you do, that comes there. That comes there, right? Yeah, that doesn't look right. Although it's actually fine. If we just get, maybe we end up with let's see, that. We have to do that 3 more times. Assuming that's enough space, which I don't even think it is. Yeah, that's not really enough space. We need to pull that one forward a bit. Your buddies.
Energy low.
Wonder if this is even a good idea. So I was thinking of taking that structure that I had built and putting it on these rotors and then setting them for free float and maybe a 45 315 limit so that they get just a little bit of play. But I'm gonna have to set up a whole crazy event controller setup in order to drive them. Something like when the cockpit requests you turn left, then we move the wheels to this point. No, I think I'll just go with a standard, just straight thing. A little too much. In fact, I don't think I'm going to go with the weird mount at all. Well, maybe. It would be nice to have kind of a slightly separate mount. So it was like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it would be a challenge. But I'm not even functional yet. Maybe I should like forget about the wheels for the moment entirely and concentrate on like actually building out proper living space. It would be good to have a farm, for example. Which I was working on when I decided I wanted to add wheels all of a sudden for some reason. But let's give ourselves a farm. Right. We'll think about that and maybe come up with something. I mean, I could probably put. I think Whip has a subgrid wheel control script that would probably work, rather than doing it with event controllers. I kind of need 3 sets, which would be 6 wheels on each side. So I'll probably need more batteries for that matter, just to give myself the power. Alright, so those guys are fully charged. This guy should be empty. Which means I can... No, he's not empty yet. Alright, well, we don't need that right now, but I will lock it to the wall. It should. Not sure why that's not close enough. It should be close enough. There we go. Turn off the drills. Drill off. Lock it down. Attach the piston. Reverse the piston. Hey, not 2 yet. Huh. Well, that's 2 more. Just in case we need more. But right, so laying out a farm now. We gotta come in with stuff. I think I just want ice to come through, so I think what I want is a sorter first. Which is that. A sorter, a spare box. This way the hydro tanks, or the hydro H2O2 generators don't steal ice from my irrigation. So then we can come through. We should use these for everything because they're solid. Of course, they want it to be upside down. They want it to sit like this for some reason. But that's okay, because we're gonna run it upside down. And we're gonna come down into the place with stairs, except that those stairs don't work like that. Yeah, you can't get me now. Wouldn't that suck?
Energy low.
Man, I got a lot of bug meat. Right, so I'm gonna put farm plots. Along here somehow. I think maybe we're gonna go with kind of a spaced walking around thing instead of something like that. Maybe we leave this unfarmed. Put a bench or two or something there. So we don't have, we have a sorter now, so I'm gonna have to put the sorter in after.
Inventory full.
Alright, I'm gonna let that thing run for once. Where'd that go? Did it go all the way down there and come up my works? Did it? Where'd it go? It must have. Must have bounced and fallen all the way down. Or not. Huh. Just straight up disappeared. Alright, well, that's fine. Come on, there's gotta be a better access point here. We're gonna need lots of those. I did not. Oh, small ship mega mod pack. Okay. Right. motors. Wait, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Give us another one of them real quick, like. Alright, we're out of something again. Hard to tell what, though. Interior plate. DQ interior plate.
Energy low.
Right. We need to mix stuff. Or eat stuff anyway. Alright, those are probably not properly connected anymore. are these guys all not getting juice? These guys shouldn't be taking all of it. I should really have enough to... Yeah. Really have enough. It is getting input. Okay. It's just happening slowly because there's so many of them. But I've got the two that are charged up. And I'm still actually feeding power out of this one.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Stuff in it. Okay, the box just... No, it didn't. Okay, there we go. Alright, so now we can just go up top. Actually walk around on here. Get a few more things welded up. You're not in range? Well, that sucks.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh yeah, that was classic. Yep. It's nearly impossible without an epic grinder to weld down two welders that are within range of each other.
Assuming you don't have infinite supplies. Alright, so we've got you. We got all you guys. So let's see here. Right, I was gonna do a something here. What kind of doors, though? I think lab doors this time. Although they don't. I wish they would open both. I wish both sides would open. Because it would be nice to have the full glass. Round doors would be cool though. Yeah. Right. We don't need more than that. Right, so maybe or maybe I put it in here. Oops. Well, that's kind of a problem, but oh, they're not quite the way I wanted them to be. I guess we use the regular lab door, the regular sliding doors.
Energy low. I'll be right back. Checking the doorbell.
Again, not swatted, so
Energy
cool.
critical. Energy low. Energy critical. Energy low.
Pro tip, wear your helmet when there's no oxygen.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
I was actually trying to land on that post and reduce my fall damage even further, but I guess what I really need to do is really consider yeah, well, maybe if we just give me a way down that's a little less sketchy. So anyway, I could go six collectors, but then these ones are always above that set, which makes things a pain in the butt. Either way I do it, actually, because those don't extend out far enough to catch this last set of crop plots. Unless I just pull everything in. I pull these two in. I don't know if they'll start attacking my... By the time I get a food proc up and have actual food running, I'm going to have so much meat. It's going to be crazy. Alright, but back to this harvest, or back to this farm. If I cut these out and make them into, if I basically move this row into here, then they stay, then the collectors stay out of the way. But also make it, make it all the way there. And I can still walk around. I guess I don't need... Alright, so if I put them here, can just leave that set like that. Is there a cross in the basic set or not? I don't think there is. Nope, the cross in the basic set is just a full conveyor. We basically go all the way to there. Oh, I probably just needed parts. So we put just regular conveyor or collector like this. Then we end up being able to push all the way out. Maybe. I think we're going to have to lose these and make them half walls. Actually. Because what I'm talking about here is I need to be able to interact with these without feeling claustrophobic, but I don't really feel claustrophobic about it, so I guess that's fine. So that's what we end up with. Oh, really? Oh, but we end up with that problem too, which is not a good problem. We need to figure that out. Right, so this is kind of what I had in mind. Maybe with like gray catwalk all the way down in between each one of these, just for fun. And then who knows what back here. Nothing that needs more than ice or gases though. So an oxygen tank could probably go there. That would probably be a good place for an oxygen tank. Wow, they're coming quick. No friend though. But yeah, so harvest goes out, comes back, and we've got room for up to 2 event controllers to handle that. Right, but what I was going to do here was fix the stairs. So come out here And then we have stairs down. And we get stuck on... What the heck is that? Oh, somehow and... Okay, weird. Right. Then we come out and then we can go deal with these, whatever we need to do. Probably needs a storage for that stuff too. And these things are not happy. Alright, so that's the harvest. That's the harvest system. Not quite done, but close. And if we... Oh, nope. That will remove something. I'm not sure what. But okay, if we lose the oxy tank and we put a cargo box there, and then we put the oxy tank back, and we only have room for one event controller. So these collectors just slide out over, they don't even drop, they just slide out over it, and because they're within a block, this is a half block and that's a full, this is one block, right? Because they're within the range, they will collect the crops. I've already got one similar to this set up on my moon base on the server, but very low tech, very nice and happy. Just boop boop boop. Alright, so we do have our stairs, we have our airlock. We will need this stuff. And we will need a full seal around that.
we're gonna need to go up. We're gonna need to go up like that somehow. So that we have room for the pistoning. The same basic thing here. I don't know why I keep filling my backpack with, but so these guys were actually here. Is that gonna actually make it? No, I don't think that's gonna make it. I think we need to do this from the bottom. That pair could remain, but we don't need that pair. So this pair could just be so that could just be like that, but then we need to do something else here. Just go whole half. And again with the half. Leave enough room. I guess, are we, well, what are we doing there? What's the difference? We're half all the way back, and we're half all the way back, but then we have a full on this one, because it doesn't matter. We don't want one there because we don't want to interfere with the piston head. So then we have to come up one more, but we can do it with this. Only we need to get attached somehow first. Means we're going to want something
That actually already fits that. Then we have, yeah, I'm not sure, is that just a full block? Yeah, I think it is. And then it was glass ceilings, but not full glass. It was these guys. Insistence on have to touch down or they don't want to come out. I don't even know where they went. So as I was trying to do, the insistence on turning means I have to really check every freaking time or be very sure about my layout. Except I think I just did them upside down. No, they have to be right side up or they wouldn't be on right. Not that these really matter, but
Fuel low.
but they.
Fuel critical.
Right. I feel like maybe I don't need these all the way back here. I can just go with squares. don't need them. On the ones with windows. Unless I just run the halves all the way down the centers of these, but would that be interesting? Or would it be more interesting if the halves were up? Unfortunately, cannot run them down there. Alright, so that's pretty much nearly sealed. There may be some blocks that are inaccessible to welding, but there is a sealable farm. So maybe we pull these off and make them angly except for where the wheel mounts go, which we'll do later. Of course, my algae production is in full shade now. And doing nothing. I can solve that by setting up food production somewhere. Actually, food production could go in there, but I need that for event controller. I guess event controllers could go here with food production right there. This food processor specifically is off-grid. It's the seeds processor. In fact, I think all the food should be off-grid. Veg, fruit, green. Actually, we probably have hit the extension again. We probably hit the end. Yeah, it appears that we've hit the end of the drill again. And that we're really rocking through the stone on top of that. That's not a lot for what I was kind of expecting us to have, actually, at this point. That's kind of crazy. I was expecting to be really out there. Right. So we're just gonna turn everything into seeds, but I was gonna cook
Energy low.
I was going to cook a little bit of meats, I haven't found grain yet. But we could cook some sabroid meat and happily live off of that. So what do we got that's actually sabroid? So vegetables, algae, and insect meat. That's something we could live off of pretty easily on this planet. And we have vegetables. What the heck was that? Oh, I bet it was... I bet I know what it was. Well, let's get some energy. And yeah, I bet it was a brawling brat or whatever those guys are calling themselves. Oh, we have more mushrooms. And there's the silver. That's why that silver hasn't been processed. Nice, we only need to use that to get back up. Right, I was gonna put the rest of this stuff in here. Oh, we do have grain seeds, nice. Yeah, we have all the seeds. And these guys are like, hey, you cook some meat.
I think we're gonna have to put an aircon right here. Do that before I forget. It was just a half vent. I'll set you to depressurize for the moment. And we'll build these two things. Right, so this guy should be getting even a little bit. There's got to be some. There's got to be some oxygen on this planet, right? Nothing. Huh. Unless that doesn't hook up to that somehow, which is entirely possible. But no, it does, because this is meant to be a sorter right here. It only lets ice in. But the irrigation system is on top of that. Might be hard to see. And then the cargo box is hooked to the irrigation system. So there is just literally no oxygen here, or so little that it hasn't registered yet. Huh. Well, that's okay. I was gonna go see about those pirates. The explosion was most probably some pirate crashing somewhere near the trade station. Can't shoot me, bro. Thing's like pretty much intact. If not entirely intact, I wonder what he ran out of. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do with him unless I manage to shove him out of the... Oh no, grid takeover. Maybe. I doubt I can afford it, but I wonder if it's even possible. Nope. I want at least a little bit of the grid. Somebody else blew up around here somewhere. Maybe so badly that
That looks holy. Maybe so badly that there's nothing left of them. Okay, I'm not wholly looking forward to welding all that up. Or all of that, for that matter. We got to extend the drill again. We don't have nearly enough resources to build this. Oh, no longer attached. Gotta use this one. Okay, now we can fit a few more on. Come on. You know you wanna. I doubt I can get a sixth one on, but maybe. Alright, cool. Let's just make sure the drills aren't holding on to any stone. Okay, cool.
Oops.
Okay, that. Where was that one that wasn't finished? I thought there was one ahead that wasn't finished. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I probably have enough already in the planner to finish this stuff up. Nope. All right. Ah, did it again. One step. $13 pistons. Of course, I'm not moving that fast. How many pistons do you think it will take to break out on the other side?
Energy low.
Well, this spot's going to be the bridge and Habs. And then we decide whether it's a rover or an Atmos ship. Or a hydro ship. I want to jack about 14 freaking hydrogen tanks on it. Given its size. We need a lot of steel plate.
Fuel low. Fuel critical. Energy low.
Wow, jeez. Missed it again. Oh yeah, Dave, the nice thing about those collectors is they won't collect fully grown things, so you can accidentally run it without bad repercussions. Oh. No, it's just the glass on top and any I missed. Well, let's plug all the steel plate into this. Problem is, we don't have any actual oxygen. I don't have any oxygen stored up anywhere. What? Oh, construction comps too, huh? I'm out of both. Oh, that became part of the drills. Whoops. I don't think they actually attack my base. Maybe they do. I'm busy, guys. I'll have to do something fun together later.
Energy low.
Alright, crop loss done. Oh, we did get oxygen. Yay! So, oh, well, hoppers here. All right, 5%. Right, we still have to work out a few things. One of those things might be extending the airlock one block so that it actually has a depressurized stage. But maybe we'll save that for this airlock and trust that we've got that extra level. Alright, so let's fill that in, and then let's get this conveyor turned back into a sorter.
Energy low.
As well. So when we do give you ice, oh, yep, you're doing it. I'm gonna make sure I blow everything up. Don't you have a buddy? You had a buddy. All right. So now we need ice. I'm not really in the mood to design something right now. So let's find
let's see what we got here. Super basic. That's not. Does everybody put their connector in the back? And I don't think that's skinny enough. Let's go back to this one. And just see what it looks like on a printer, well, on a projector anyway. Oh, well, we gotta have what has it got that's not available? And why did you not? Frostbite, heavy industry, decorative, and economy. I've got all of those blocks. Fine, butterball. Maybe it is. meat is not much better than kelp crisps. There we go. Right. Still stormy, but alright. So I can do the angly weird thing. So that's that one. That one's actually mine, I believe. It's basically just a copy of the butterball, but not as good, I think. Might also not be as, yeah, let's not use it. Now this Argo is actually got one yeah, I think we're going to go with the cheapest possible thing we can get, and that is this guy. Yep, we'll get us some ice and we'll get out. What are we talking though? Okay. Medium and possibly 2 mediums. But we can actually probably weld this up with one welder on a probably weld this up with just a couple of welders.
if we come out here, not gonna get far enough. I wonder how much of it that'll weld. I mean, worst case is we well, first of all, we turn this sideways so that we have the option. If that's like worst case, guaranteed to weld it up.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
You're stuck, bud.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
we out of space or something? Yep. Oh wow, we've got a little bit of stuff to work through. I wonder if the drills have finished extending. Yeah, looks like it. Well, we don't need to be using the power on that. We can't plant the farm until we have ice. And I don't want to go hand bury ice or hand dig ice. If I can get about 40-60k ice easily, I want to do that. What is that ding noise? Right, so we're out of space is kind of the problem. And I think even the refinery is going to have trouble. Oh, it is actually building stuff though. I don't think it actually needed any girders, honestly. What are we? That's motors. Looks just to be all motors at this point. Well, looks complete. Let's see about heat projection. Oh, didn't quite hit this side all the way. Can't do this guy here. Or that guy there. for any of these LCD panels. Okay, we didn't quite get that side. So if we show unfinished blocks, we're missing these, that, the camera, and something, a couple things over here which you couldn't do because of that. But everything else looks solid. So if we go get in the cockpit, oh, we cut it off the thing first. That's not going to work. What I wanted to do was weld up the rest of it. Oh, that's what my problem is. Whoa! What did I just do? Well, I just broke something. I don't know what. I have no idea what I broke. Maybe a light or something? I feel like we're good enough for some ice. So let's go find some ice. We got a 7-minute range on this thing right now, which is not good. So let's get these batteries recharging. It would be on the wrong side. Connector connect.
batteries on recharge. We ought to be we ought to still be connected to the base, I think. Maybe not. What if we dump these two that I've hard charged? Actually, $13. Alright, well, I'll go get that unknown signal and maybe... Your parachute didn't roll, bro.
Fuel low.
What?
Fuel critical.
Not true.
Inventory full.
Alright. I guess that's all we get. Well, what do we dump? To get the meal pack. There we go. Huh. That was a weird one. Alright, how long does that give us? "35 minutes, that's better. Now we set those batteries all back to auto. Go find us a little bit of ice. Right there. Look at that. $200. Gonna be fun to reverse out of here. Not that I'm gonna. No sorter, no ejectors. We are talking serious. We're already full. Okay, well, that's that then. It's no bigger than a wop rat. This hole. So, 2K at a time? Maybe this wasn't really worth printing.
So we need we need to get the stuff out of the farm cargo icebox, which we can only do from inside the farm at this point because I put the connector back. Oh right, this is going to be a serious pain.
Inventory full.
There we go. Actually, this won't be as much of a pain as it could have been. We still need to get to a cargo port somewhere, preferably not okay, that's the right one, but not the right one. That's the right one. This one we want main cargo access. So we go with right.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
And yet we remain sealed. Okay. But now I can't talk to that other one. Ah. Alright, so where is that other one? It's right below us here. But actually, yeah, we're gonna have to do a little thing. Okay, why? Sorter. Drain all, whitelist ice. Why can we not pull ice through? Oh, because I am I'm not remembering that I didn't hook that thing up.
Low health.
Okay, why? We've got ice in the irrigation system, but why won't it go? From the connector? Oh, because it's not in that connector, it's in this connector. Okay. Now I know from experience already that that's enough ice to grow a crop. So we're going to grow a crop. And then we're going to turn it all into seeds. plant willy-nilly at the moment. Then we should do the math. On a couple of things. Number one, in my opinion, anything over about dumplings is
Unlikely to be useful if you're on it with your food. And then anything below about, well, fruit bars, but garden slaw as well. Like these ones are not all that useful, just because of how often you have to eat. So red pellets is pretty good. Chili, the flatbread, and the ramen. The ramen's probably top. Look at that. 1 grain, 1 vegetable, 2 algae. And 36% is something that you can easily get yourself down to. The fruit pastries are pretty good too. 2 grain and 2 fruit. So between those two. But so that's 4 plots. That's 4 plots. And each plot will give you, each set of 4 plots will, each set of 8 plots will give you approximately 2 each of those. So we're talking 3 grain, 2 fruit, a vegetable, and some algae tanks. And that ought to hold you off pretty much. You're probably going to end up with some extras. But 8 plots feels like kind of a minimum survival aspect to me. But these things, man, 100% food, when? When am I going to actually have a use for that if I'm just munching on things along the way? Even spaghetti, I haven't found myself below 29% in quite a long time. So why even have spaghetti? Or why even make spaghetti, in my opinion? And at this point, so I ended up with 4 remaining plots beyond what I could make. I don't think I have any more fruit or vegetables. I guess I could throw some more mushrooms down. I might as well. Since I'm growing already, I might as well grow the full complement. So we've got vegetable, plenty of greens. We're going to end up with, what I'd like to do is have enough seeds in the backlog to see here, we're at 45%. If I throw down, why not? Unknown. find out. Oh, 100.5% food over 30 seconds. Yeah. We'll just eat some meat and... Now one thing is that the raw meat is not useful for anything. So even if I was going to make meat-based recipes, like maybe the green pellets, which I could do, since I have the meat, and it's actually pretty cheap comparatively, it still takes cooked meat. So I might as well cook all of my sabroid meat. Growth time is not how long it's gonna take, it's how long it has taken so far, I believe. We look at our ice situation. We're fine. That's main. That should pull into the refinery. Yep. Right, so this is main grid, and we don't actually have access to the icebox, which is fine from in here because it just needs to go in there. What we can do while we're waiting around is actually get our harvest system rolling. Now the interesting thing is that I never hooked any of that up to any of the system. So I don't actually even have a way of getting at it once it's been harvested. Which I'm gonna fix, but not in the way you might think. Because I want it to end up in, I don't want it to end up in the main line. Why would you do that to me? Looks like we're out of construction comps again. I could have done this more easily without the conveyors, since I'm going to grab it normally anyway.
sure if that'll cause problems. That won't. That won't cause problems either. Oops, got some other stuff to do first. And harvest pistons we already have. I don't know if they're grouped though. Yeah, they're grouped. Okay. So set them at like harvest collectors off right now. Harvest pistons. Speed. Actually, we'll use the speed. Yeah, we'll use the speed for our reverse. Alright, so start harvest timer block. Gets no delay. And it's got to turn the collectors on. And it's got to set the velocity to 0.5. And then it's got to fire off the retract timer, which we hit start on. And that's that. And then the retract timer gets like a full minute of waiting so that those guys have time to get all the way out there. My other one was like 45 seconds, but I'm going to give these ones a minute and see. And so that turns off the collectors and sets the harvest pistons to like a minus -1. They can come back fast. And that's basically it. But we need a little cargo access on these guys. So I can get at their contents, and so they have a place to go.
Right, now they don't ever interact with the main grid. Why do we have view? I thought I put a planted view. Did I damage you somehow? Right, fruit is 47%. Vegetables is a lot closer. Grain. Vegetables. Shrooms are already harvested. But yeah, the cool thing is, what are you guys doing out already? Oh, that was a mushroom. And it should already exist somewhere. Yeah, we already got it. Okay. Well, that's a problem because I thought they would actually come out. Maybe we need something else. But, so those should harvest the mushrooms.
Energy low.
And then after a minute, it should retract. And it should retract rather quickly. But I'm gonna have to like put a sorter with Drainol on it to make it happen properly. Is that really how long a minute is? Holy cow. Where are you guys at? Right, so I guess they ended up in the terminal. Huh. I guess they ended up in the terminal after all. We've got 3, 6, 9, 18 plots. So we want 18. Well, I don't think I have 18 mushrooms, but
Oh, I put them in there already. Whack. Right. We go get the... Wait, what are you making? Oh right, I told you to cook all that meat, and that's fine. Oh right, the algae farm is no longer hooked up, and we need to actually move it anyway. It actually kind of feels like that would make sense to be on the farm conveyor grid.
Energy critical.
And I keep meaning to queue up a medical room. Which I should just freaking go do. Only I didn't go get the algae, or even start to move it. Right, so as far as the algae goes, our best bet is to stick them in a line along here somewhere. Maybe just right here. But can we get them into... Yes, we can. Because I think the aesthetic of this thing is tubes everywhere. If we just get on this and run tubes straight up, then we're talking. Just have to find cargo access somewhere. what does it really do for me to get it onto this grid? Unfortunately, not a lot, because I don't have any cargo access to that grid. I'm gonna have to make some.
Inventory full.
We just straight up open that up and put a cargo terminal right there. That's a thought. Or we could just put a cargo terminal right there. But we've got to wait for our fruit and our veg. Okay, the only thing that's not ready is the fruit, apparently. And that's because the fruit takes longer. Maybe we actually run those things back to the food processor instead of being on this grid, and that way we can just pull them right into the food processor. We could collate these and the algae into the food processor. And of course that has to come from the bottom now. I think the bottom has. Right, bottom, top, back. So maybe we could come in from the back, plug it into the pistons, which means we probably want the pistons to actually be fully welded up.
Energy low.
Would be pretty handy to have an energy refill, have a refill station up in here somewhere. But there isn't really anywhere to put it. There are no rotate? Man, what's with you, man? Alright, well, it still says harvest, so that's cool. If that's what we get, that's what we get. Alright, we got everything.
Energy critical.
Oh, I swear I had a power kit. go get my energy. And I am pretty much out of places to put stuff in there. But the farm is unharvested, which means is unplanted, which means I can open up that room without worrying about it. I think those are up here. Yep. So let's see here. And then here, or maybe here. Nope. Here then.
Inventory full.
Oh, there we go. Found it. So we're into there. Now these guys need to be held up though. It should be as simple as that. So now I can cut this connection here and take it all the way back to up there. Wow, it's getting complex. I mean, not really, but getting a little wacky.
Fuel low.
We're a little too far now.
Fuel
Okay.
critical.
Whoa, that would have been the end of my bonus. The end of my bonuses. There, which is going to be a little weird. ready for another run with algae and whatnot. We've got good air. And got 8K ice out of like 14. So maybe we need more ice. But let's see. Well, let's just think about this for a second. I've got 4 different crops and 18 plots. So I think we go 6 of each, and we'll see if there are any, we appear to be out of fruit. So we won't be making any fruit things this time. But we ought to plant 6 fruit for sure. In fact, I think the only thing we don't need to plant 6 of is the mushrooms. So 6 fruit, 6 grain, 6 veg, and then we'll fill in the rest with mushrooms, which is none. But we've got a lot of mushrooms and we can find mushrooms easily just by running around. So there's not really a huge deal there. Right, now what else? What can we make now? We can make ramen. Lots of ramen. And veggie burgers too, if we end up with grain left. Wow, we can make tons of ramen. And we could make a sabroid stew or green pellets. Yeah, green pellets seems like a good one. And a frontier stew. Well, we'll make one for emergencies, but I don't see it being useful. Alright, there we go. So that's a pile of food. Almost want to put if I put a sorter in line there somewhere, I can have them get sucked in properly. Although they'll push to it once they're full. But right. I guess we got to finish building these. Well, that's pretty good. From drop to an 18 plot farm. Powered, full assembly, all that stuff. But right on, guys. I think I am done from here. It's early in the morning for me. So, get y'all later. Thanks for watching. Oh, Herman Dezan and Good Code Words have followed. Thank you for the follow, guys. Didn't notice that until now, hours ago. Maybe you're not even here. But thank you nonetheless. And I will catch y'all next time. Guaranteed Saturday, probably more than that, if history has any say in the matter.